Baik, sekali lagi Bapak sampaikan, Bapak ulangi yang terakhir kali. Untuk lower your voice. Dan kemudian berikutnya yang baru datang yang duduk di belakang untuk pindah ke depan mengisi tempat yang masih kosong. Yang baru datang yang ada di belakang pindah ke depan untuk mengisi tempat yang masih kosong. Silakan. Selama acara berlangsung, mohon untuk perhatian penuh ke pemateri. Selama acara berlangsung, tidak ribut, tidak kayak pasar. Karena kita ini adalah dunia pendidikan. Paham ya anak-anak ya? Ya. Terima kasih. Gilbert pindah di ujung sini. Pindah di ujung sini. Kamu berpotensi soalnya. Biar mana situ. Pak, Iwa biar di belakang Pak. Karena kalau dia mereka dulu pasti akan cerita. Oke. Ya. Yang ribut, yang Bapak temui ribut, Bapak akan langsung tarik pindah ke depan sini. Yang Bapak lihat ribut, Bapak dengar ribut, Bapak tarik pindah ke depan. Terima kasih.
lama. Silakan semuanya berdiri. Tolong kanan, tolong kiri. Oke, sebelah kanannya ditepuk punggungnya. Pelan-pelan. Sayang, tolong rapikan bajunya ya. Tolong rapikan bajunya, biar rapi ya. Oke. Sampah minum tidak bisa kembali. Silakan
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Shalom,
Om Swastiastu.
Namo Buddhaya,
Salam kebajikan and may peace be with us all. First of all, we would like to thank all invited guests, participants, and visitors who attended today's event.
to the Honorable Mr. Raul Rudiatmoko MPD as the head of Yayasan Sekolah Nasional KPS, Ms. Nuryanti Aziza MPD GR as the principal of SMA Nasional KPS, Mr. Abdul Hamid Sudiono SSI MPD as the vice principal of SMA Nasional KPS.
To the respected examiners, Ms. Healthy Susanti Nindya, SPD, Master of Applied Linguistics, the Head of Supporting Unit Language Academy, PPK of Institute Technology of Kalimantan, Ms. Julie Meltzer, PhD from Institute for Humane Education from America, Ms. Ekaterina Vasilieva, PhD in Romance Philology, Head of the Department of Humanities at the Russian Academy of National Economy and Public Administration, and Ms. Nur Azuri Zefri, PhD from Malaysia.
To the invited guests, SMA Negeri 2 Penajam English Club and Jalan Mengkibul High School, Johor, Malaysia. We express our gratitude to God Almighty because by His grace, we can meet on this bright day in an extraordinarily inspiring event, namely SMA Nasional KPS International Seminar, with the theme, The Role of Students in Various Sectors in the Era of Globalization.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Nafil.
My name is Rachel.
We are here as the master ceremony to guide the opening of today's seminar. Distinguished guests, here is the order of the opening of today's seminar as follows. Opening, reading of prayer, safety briefing, singing the national anthem of Indonesia. Opening remarks by the head of Yayasan Sekolah Nasional KPS. Opening remarks by the principal of SMA Nasional KPS. Opening remarks by Ms. Healthy Susanti Nindya, SPD, Master of Applied Linguistics. Presentation and interview with Alexandra Marcelia Sadiputra. Q&A session. Presentation by Daniel Azra Nugraha and Aryan Alexander Rinaldi. Q&A session. Presentation by Irene Olivia Irawan. Q&A session. Break session. Presentation by Ms. Healthy Susanti Nindya, SPD, Master of Applied Linguistics. And lastly, closing.
We will now proceed with the singing of the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, which will be led by Ms. Elizabeth. To Ms. Elizabeth, we welcome you to lead us. Thank you, Ms. Elizabeth. You may return to your seats. Dear guests, let us take a moment to pray, asking God Almighty for the smooth running of today's event. The prayer will be led by Mr. Didit Shahid Mubarak, SPD. To Mr. Shahid, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, allow me as a Muslim to lead a short prayer in the Islamic way. For those of you who are non-Muslims, you are kindly invited to pray according to your own beliefs and traditions. Let us take a moment to reflect and pray together. With this intention and all other righteous intention, Al-Fatihah. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'amin, hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil awwalin wa shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil akhirin. Wa salamu alaihi wa tabaraka wa ta'ala an sadatina ashabi Rasulillahi ajma'in. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid dinina wa afiyatan fil jasadina wa ziyadatan fil ilmina wa barakatan fil rizqina wa taubatan qabla al-maut wa rahmatan inda al-maut wa maghfiratan ba'da al-maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi syakaratil maut wa najata minan nar wal afwa inda al-hisab. Rabbi yassir wa la tu'assir wa sahhil wa la tu'assir wa anta sa'alul mu'assir. Allahumma inna nas'aluka husnul khatimah wa na'udzu bika min su'il khatimah. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'an wa rizqan thayyiban wa 'amalan mutaqabbalan. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmatan wa hayyi lana min amrina rashadan. Rabbana ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina warhamhum kama rabbawna shighara wa li asatidina wa ahbabina wa li jami'il mu'minina wal mu'minat wal muslimina wal muslimat al ahya' minhum wal amwat. Allahumma arinal haqqa haqqan warzuqna ittiba'ah wa arinal batila batilan warzuqna ijtinabah innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala khairi khalqi sayyidina Muhammadin wa alihi washabbihi wa baraka wasallam. Wa subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Shahid.
The next session is delivery of safety briefing by Raisa Fafianzaki. To Raisa, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, may peace be upon us all. Allow me, Raisa Fafianzaki, to deliver today's International Seminar Safety Briefing, May 8, 2025. We are currently in Gria Kreativitas Mahakam building. On my right and left side, there are 3 doors each, but only one door is currently operating on the back, right, and left. For the toilet, on my right side, there is a toilet for men. On my left side, there is a toilet for women. If something happens or a disaster occurs, please use doors on the back, right, and left. for the gathering point or the master point is on the basketball court below, and then exit through high school hall. That's all the safety briefing that I can convey. I apologize for any shortcomings. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We thank you, Raisa. Dear guests, the next event is opening remarks. The first opening remarks will be delivered by Mr. Dr. Randes Rao Rudian, MD, as the head of Yayasan Sekolah Nasional KPS. To Mr. Rao Rudian Moko, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Saya tidak sepandai guru bahasa Inggris ke anak-anak tadi. Saya lihat tentang aja ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this special forum. Big salute for our SMA Sekolah KPS students for passionately presenting on this international stage. A special shout out to our amazing guides, Mrs. Ekaterina Vasilyeva, PhD from Russia, Miss Julia Metzer, PhD from the United States, and Mr. Nur Azura Jeffrey and Mr. Visit Nair from Malaysia. Many thanks also to our principal, Ibu Rudianti Aziza, Vice Principal, Mr. Muhammad Hamid, Mr. Abdul Hamid Sudiono, the entire seminar committee of the SMA Sekolah KPS, the student speakers, all the teacher, and to our our student from grade 10 and 11 for joining and actively participating in today's discussion. Remember, the world is big, and those who keep learning and bravely share ideas will be tomorrow winners. Enjoy discussion and stay inspired. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Rao Rudian.
Next is the opening remarks from Ms. Nurianti Aziza, MPD, as the principal of SMA Nasional KPS. To Ms. Nurianti Aziza, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To the Honorable Pak Rao Rudian Moko, MPD, as the head of Yayasan Sekolah Nasional KPS or Sekolah Nasional KPS School Foundation, the Honorable Bapak Hamid Sudiono, Abdul Hamid Sudiono, SSC MPD, as the Vice Principal of SMA Nasional KPS, the Honorable Ibu Helti, or I usually call her Ibu Susan, from Institute of Technology Kalimantan, as the examiner and also our presenter would like to share later her experience in research that is used to motivate the audience, especially the students, of SMA Nasional KPS that research is very important, especially when they are in the university. It is also one of the requirements, maybe later, when they would like to join a kind of competition in research, and maybe it also can be used as one of the requirements to join a kind of scholarship. To the honorable teachers, our beloved teachers, the committee of SMA Nasional KPS, who can hold this seminar, international seminar, that is the first seminar held by the students as well as the teachers. I would like to state our great gratitude as well to the whole of the students of SMA Nasional KPS attending here from grade 10, grade 11 until grade 12. And a very big appreciation to our presenters from grade 12. We are really happy that you can achieve the finishing point. Yeah? Let's take a look at the banner. You can take a look from the furthest right. Kevin, please give a please stand up, Kevin. Yeah? He's going to talk about art, something related to art. And then we are going to have Irene, who is going to talk about art and social things at the community. Celia Alexandra, who is going to talk about disability students and the community. And the two handsome men, I can say that they are men, as an adult already, Daniel and Aryan, who are going to talk about one application that they have been developing. I think until now they are still developing the tool. Okay, and then another thing that I really would like to appreciate is our external examiner, yeah, not only Ibu Susan from ITK or Institute of Technology Kalimantan in Indonesia. We've got Miss Julie Meltzer from the Institute for Human Education from United States of America. And we also have Miss Ekaterina, PhD. Hello. Miss Ekaterina, PhD, is from one of the academy in Russia. Okay, they are now on Zoom. Yeah, please open your camera, Miss Julie and Miss Ekaterina. You know, in USA right now it's at night, around 7 p.m. We are really happy and give our big appreciation to you because of your time, Miss Julie. And Miss Ekaterina, the time here now in Russia is at 2 a.m. My God. Yeah, we are really happy that she can be here with us. And we also have a very special guest as our examiner, Miss Puan Azura and her team, Mr. Fishan from Malaysia. Yeah, maybe they are going to be in the Zoom soon. And also students from Jalan, one of the school in Malaysia, in Johor. Yeah, the students of Miss Azura. Yeah, and then another thing, we've got special guests, an English club students from Penajam. Now they are watching us from Penajam, from their school. Well, everybody, we are very happy that we can hold this seminar. Hopefully, our program will be successful and then will be smooth until at the end. I think that's all. This is the first, but it's not the last. There will be another seminar for the future for the students of grade 12. One more thing, the team of our presenter, we have moderator and administrator from grade 11. Give applause to them. Miss Ekaterina, how are you? Okay. Yeah. Later, we are going to invite. Miss Julie, would you like to give a little comment about this program?
Just very, very happy and honored.
So our international seminar is on again. It really is international seminar to have the vision of our school to be prominent. SMA national class. Excellent, prominent, and then we've got also as international. Yeah, it's our vision. And please, Miss Ekaterina, please give your comment about our activity here today. Miss Ekaterina, please turn on your mic. Okay. Would you please repeat? Well, I think that's all, and hopefully next year we are going to have more participants around the world. Yeah, we are connected to many countries from the heart of the city that is Balikpapan. Yeah, SMA National KPS. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Sofia Azza.
Next is the opening remarks by Miss Sandy SCD, Master of Applied Linguistics. Serving as the first session to Miss Sandy, the floor is yours.
Good morning, honorable teachers and guests for today, and also for the students and teachers all over the world. Well, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Saldi Santi India. Currently, I teach English in Institut Teknologi Kalimantan, where I've been working for almost a decade. And originally I'm from East Java, Malang, and it's been like very momentful for me. I'm invited by the headmaster of SMA APS, thank you, Nanti. You will very helping out throughout my journey of teaching, and also have a very cooperation with Ida in this pathway. So I would like also to thank my all honorable students who are competing today. I hope that you have a great time, and also other students who are participating throughout the event. I hope that you get a very great takeaway out of this event. This is the first time I was invited in an international conference held by 12th grade. you Ibu, thank you Bapak for inviting me and hope you are all enjoying this event. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Susanna. Next, I would like to greet one of our assessors from Malaysia, Ms. Nurul Azura Zahri, PhD, to comment a little on our event today. To Ms. Nurul Azura Zahri, the floor is yours. Nurul Azura Zahri. Now then, let us move on to the main event, which is presentation by our proud presenters. Let's welcome our first presenter, Alexandra Marcelia Sariputra.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and warm greetings to all of us. I'd like to welcome all of you to the SMA Nasional KPS International Seminar presentation of Ms. Alexandra Marcelia Sariputra. First and foremost, we would like to extend our gratitude to all the seminar participants whom we deeply appreciate. Let us offer our praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for by His grace we are able to carry out and attend this event in good health. Let us also extend our prayers and blessings to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who brought us from the age of darkness into the age of enlightenment. For this occasion, I, Nabila Hani Safia, as the moderator, and Rino Akila Zidanis, as the note-taker, will guide the course of this Seminar International presentation presented by Ms. Alexandra Marcelia Sariputra. Next, in our agenda is the presentation of the research to be delivered by Ms. Alexandra Marcelia Sariputra. To Ms. Alexandra Marcelia Sariputra, the floor is yours. good morning, the honorable minor teachers and everyone who attended this seminar. Let me introduce myself. My name is Alexandra Marcelia Sakutra, or you can call me Celia. I'm honored to be here today to present my research with title An Analysis of the Effectiveness of Spark Social Project in Reducing Negative Stigma Toward People with Disabilities. So these studies start from a growing concern about social stigma that people with disabilities continue to face, a barrier that affects not only just their life, but also their access to education, employment, and community participation. Because of that, Spark Project was created to bridge this gap through inclusive and creative programs that will allow individuals with disabilities to showcase their talent and engage more with the wider community. And in this presentation, I will walk you through the background of the issue, how Spark Project was implemented, our methodology in measuring its impact, and finally, the key findings on how social stigma can be challenged through active engagement. Thank you. Okay, so these are some outlines that we're going to discuss in today's presentation. If we see the data from National Socioeconomic Survey, March 2019, it shows that the number of persons with disabilities in Indonesia is approximately 9% or around 23.3 million people. It's a big amount, right? But however, some societies still hold negative stigmas toward them that causes them to feel unvalued and isolated. Because of that, the purpose of our social project is to bridge between society and disabilities, reduce the stigmas itself, and raise awareness about their acceptance. So before we start about the research, I'm going to explain a little bit about our program. So Spark Project consists of 3 Gs: Go Green, Go Healthy, and Go Creative. For Go Green, we teach them how to plant some trees and create terrariums. For Go Healthy, we teach them how a basic skill of cooking and to make a simple food such as pancakes. And the last, for Go Creative, we teach them the basic techniques of knitting so they know how to make their own words. Okay, so we're going to move on to the chapter 1, which is introduction. Sorry. Okay. Of course, if we want to do a research, there must be a problem. If we see the problem here, persons with disabilities often face discrimination and negative stereotypes from the surrounding community. Moreover, if we see the article from UNICEF, it shows that around 36% children with disabilities did not have access to education. And if we see the data from our region, which is in Kalimantan, it shows the gap between special school and disability children caused by shortage of educators. And if we see the news here, okay, so here are some research problems that we want to answer through this week. The first, how Spark Project can give positive impacts for students in special needs school. Second, how exhibition events in Spark Project can affect the interaction between special needs students with society. And the last, how public perspective on a person with disabilities changed before and after Spark Program. And this is the purpose to determine how Spark Project can give positive developments for the special needs students. Second is to identify the social impact of Spark Project. And the last, to analyze its effectiveness. So these are some benefits of the research that we want to get through this. The first is the theoretical benefit. I hope that this research can contribute to social studies on reducing public stigmas and promoting social integration for persons with disabilities within the community. For practical benefit, for the researchers, can help to assess the output of Spark Project itself, and finally as some feedback for further improvement in our project. And then second is for the special needs student, it can help them to enhance their skill and self-confidence, to help them to interact with wider community and to achieve equal rights. And the benefit for society is to reduce the negative stigma and provide new understanding and knowledge about the potential of special needs students. So we're going to move on to Chapter 2, Theoretical Framework. So here are the definition of the disabilities. I'm sorry, I'm not going to read all of this because we only have limited time. So according to Law Number 8 of 2016, disability refers to every individual who has physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory limitation over a period of time and facing difficulties in interaction with other people. So here are some of the human rights for disabilities according to law in Indonesia, like equal rights and non-discrimination, accessibility rights, right to life, and etc. And the definition of the stigmas itself is a negative characteristic that exists in person's personality due to environmental influences. Okay, so here are the relevant research that I did. I did literature that relevant to my research, and if we see, based on the research conducted by Viola and team, it shows that the level of public awareness and acceptance toward people with disabilities have increased before and after conducting psychoeducation. Because of that, I believe that through Spark Project, we can help to open society's mind that disability also have the same rights with us. Okay, so these are the research methods. So Spark Project was held every Friday for 2 months, and it was located in 2 locations. The first one is at SLB Negeri Samarinda, and the second one is at SLB Tunas Bangsa Balikpapan. For this research, I used mixed types research. The first, qualitative research, where I did the data from literature and interview with the respondents. And then the next is quantitative research, where I gained the data from questionnaire or survey that I shared to the society with a total of 61 respondents. For the data source, the primary data, as I mentioned, I get it from observation, interview, and survey in digital media. The secondary data, I get it from journal and study literature that relevant with my research. So here are the data collection techniques. The first one is interview with related sectors, and the second one is questionnaire to the society. Okay, so here are the results and discussion. So as I mentioned earlier, I share my questionnaire to society from across Indonesia, and if you see the table, they come from different cities, different regions in Indonesia, and come from different age groups, from under 18 years old until above 40 years old. And most of them ever interacted with disability people. Here are some questions that being asked about general questions that related to negative stigma toward disabilities. But the main result of the questionnaire is here. Because if we see the being asked question, after they know or even involving in Spark Project, they become very comfortable, more comfortable to interact with people in disabilities, and perspective towards them has changed a lot. And here are some open-ended questions that how people change their perspective, and they explain it specifically through this open-ended question in the questionnaire. As I mentioned, I also did some interview with the relevant sector, which is the first is the principal of the special school, second is teachers, parents, and finally with the volunteers. For the principal, she said that if special students can have a platform to bridge them with public activities, from teachers it can help to develop their confidence and independence. From parents, it can help their children to new learning experience. And the last, from volunteers, can help them to learn sign language, and also know their potential. Okay, finally, for the conclusion. People with disabilities greatly need support to be able to participate within the community, with the public understanding that disabilities people also have the same rights and dignity regardless of their condition. And based on our survey that has been conducted, around 72.9% respondents changed their perspective toward people research. And here are some documentation of our SPARK project, starting from Go Green, and then Go Healthy. They make up pancakes, and then Go Creative. So they learn how to knitting. Next, we also have outbound activities. And finally, we have exhibition in public activities, as we want them to involve in public events. We also have some social media that you can guys check out through our Instagram and also our website. For our Instagram, it's called Ignite W Spark. We post all of our activities and our recap there for 2 months, and you can check there of every single of our activities. That's all the presentation from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Alexandra Marcelia Saiputra, for the wonderful presentation. Next, there will be a short interview session from our MC for our presentator. I will hand over the control back to our MC.
Thank you, moderator. Before we move on to the short interview, we would like to tell you a little something about Alexandra Marcelia Saiputra. She is one of the students in SMA Nasional KPS who got accepted in university in Singapore by scholarship of Garuda. We would like to invite Alexandra Marcelia Saiputra down here to continue our interview. So, what should be prepared when registering for universities abroad?
So basically there are so many documents that you have to prepare when you decided to apply to the university. But the first thing that you should do is you must do the research, because every university have their own requirements. For example, like some university that I've applied to requires essays, meanwhile the others not. But in general, we need to submit our IELTS test and some also SAT score. And some university might also have interview in their selection. So to make sure that you already study the requirements of the university.
Thank you. So what is the biggest challenge during the preparation for studying abroad this year?
Okay, thank you. So, of getting this scholarship, of course, I faced a lot of challenges, I've faced a lot of obstacles, but for me, the biggest challenge is that I have to compete with many students all over Indonesia, and we know that some of them come from international school, which already be well prepared for study abroad, and also some of them come from top senior high school in Indonesia. So at first I feel insecure with myself, but in the middle of the journey we have to believe in ourselves that we can also compete with them by giving your best effort. And also the second challenge is that I have to manage my time between schools, activities outside the schools, voluntary activities, and also at the beginning of the year I have to multitasking between prepare myself to study abroad and also prepare myself to apply university in Indonesia, because we don't know later if we will get the scholarship or not. So at least I have plan B if I'm not getting the scholarship.
Okay, so of the many universities you were accepted to, Why did you ultimately choose Singapore?
Thank you. So basically, a lot of people asking the same question, why I finally decided to choose Singapore. But if we see the ranking university of each university that I got accepted in, NTU, Nanyang Technological University, has the highest ranking among all. Because in Garuda Scholarship, university rank is very, very crucial. So whenever you want to apply to university, make sure that your university that you're applying to has the top 100 in the world. And I saw that NTU is the highest ranking among all. So yeah, because of that, I decided to choose NTU.
According to Celia, is academic enough to study abroad?
So for me, the answer is absolutely not, because in university, some university will ask you about your organization, your extracurricular, and also your volunteering activities. So academics is not enough. So that's why from now on you have to enrich your portfolio and CVs, your activities outside school, and also your organization skills, because academic is not only the main point, but you also have to improve your soft skills, public speakings, and also the other skills that maybe really need in college life.
What are some of the tips for studying abroad?
Okay, so the tip from me is to be secure with yourself. Just give your best and trust the process. And don't forget to always pray. Okay, good luck all.
Thank you. That's all for our interview. I will hand over the control back to our moderator.
Next in our agenda is the Q&A session with the seminar participants. If there are any questions, suggestions, or opinions, please raise your hand.
Kejelasan, tambah jelas. Listrik and water.
May you please repeat your question again?
Ini juga lebih nyari.
What incident or experience inspired you to come up with the SPARK project? What incident or experience inspired you to come up with the SPARK project?
Inspiring this one.
Thank you so much for the question. Well, the inspiration why I finally decided to make SPARK project. The SPARK project is because the first thing is I've ever had a music collaboration with special needs students, with disability students at one of these schools, SLB Tunas Bangsa Balikpapan, and I saw that they have a potential, even though they have disabilities, they have regardless of their condition, but they can play music very well, and even though they can I don't think that they can do that. And after I have a music collaboration with them, it really opens my mind that they also have the same potential with us. Because of that, I decided to make a SPARK project to make disability students become more engaged with the wider community, because we see that within the community there are a lot of negative stigmas toward them. So by conducting this SPARK project, I hope that society will know more about them. That's from me. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Lim Wei Xiong. I am a secondary school student from Malaysia. I appreciate the information shared. I would like to ask about how can project like SPARK help students understand and accept customers with disability?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. For me, how society can accept the disability students through this project, I know that most of the society don't know about their potential, about their talent, because they seldom involved in the community event through the discrimination and also the negative stereotype itself. So it really limits their access to involve in the public events. Because of that, I believe that through SPARK project, where we also promote our activities through in our social media and also through our Instagram, our website, I believe that they become gain new knowledge, new information about how they have their own talents and also the potential that can make them to involve more in the community. So because of that, through our promotion and then how we can showcase their talent, it can help society to open their mind and then finally change the perspective towards people with disabilities. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Up next, we will prioritize questions from examiners. To all other seminar participants, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to type in the chat. Thank you.
Alright, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think you have already got the idea of research, and I've been like surprised, like this young girl has been started a new dance. Like, let's give her applause, everybody. Her research is amazing, I believe, because she combines between the knowledge of human science as well as community service that leads to very advancements of our policy. She came back to Indonesia and contributed more to our society, especially from previous authors, probably, whether you're having a similar finding or different kind of findings, opposing it or so whatsoever. Thank you very much, Alexandra.
To Miss Julie Meltzer, if you have any questions, do please ask.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra. Can you hear me?
Yes, miss.
Can you hear me?
So to showcase more about their talent, about the talent of students with disabilities, I believe that we should create more public events and also events that really need, that can showcase their talent. For example, like as I mentioned earlier, a music collaboration with special needs students. In one of the events that we can do is at SMA National KPS. One of our event at the moment was International Festival, and at the moment, at that event, I tried to involve the special needs students to participate in selling some goods and also selling their own work from their school. So in that, I believe that the society who interact with them can know that if they also have the same potential with us, regardless of their condition, and also by showcase their talent in the public event and show their talent, it can help the society to know more about their talent and also know more about their potential. So I believe that through public events, increase more the number of public events, it can help them to showcase more about their ability. Thank you.
To Miss Ekaterina, you may please come forward to ask.
Sorry. So first of all, thank you very much for your wonderful research work and your great presentation. I think that you raised a very important question. And my question is about whether you will continue this project, because it's very interesting and got wonderful results. A lot of students were involved in it, and I think that it was a very good idea to have such a project that will be continued.
Sorry, Miss, could you repeat the question, please?
Will we continue this project? As far as I could understand, it stopped in 2022. You don't hear me?
Thank you so much, Miss, for the question. So yeah, we know that if due to our business to prepare ourselves to university, unfortunately we're still unable to continue the project after the November last year. But I believe that this project can be continued by our junior and also continued by maybe from the student council at SMA National KPS. Maybe it's not about students with disabilities, maybe it could be in form of other project, but I believe that one of the SPARK project can be continued by our junior in the next few years.
Okay, well, now keep on the good work.
If there are no more questions, suggestions, or opinions, I, as the moderator, would like to apologize for any shortcomings. Now, I will hand over the control back to our MC. Thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Alexandra Marcelia Sadiputra and her team for doing this presentation. You may now leave. Now let's not forget to greet our friends who come from a long way. SMA 2 Penajam.
Now, we have another inspiring presentation that will be presented by none other than Daniel Azra Nugraha and Aryan Alexander Rinaldi. To Daniel and Aryan, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to everyone and warm greetings to all of us. I'd like to welcome you to the SMA National Congress International Seminar Presentation of Mr. Aryan Alexander Rinaldi and Daniel Azra Nugraha. First, let us offer our praise and gratitude to God Almighty, for by His grace we are able to carry out and attend this event in good health. Let us also, for the Muslims, let us also extend our prayers and blessings to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who brought us from the age of darkness to the age of enlightenment. In this occasion, saya Aryani, as the moderator, and Narata Galwanda, as the note taker, will guide the course of this international seminar presentation presented by Mr. Aryan Alexander Rinaldi and Daniel Azra Nugraha. To Mr. Aryan and Daniel.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to our esteemed Board of Assessors and to all our distinguished guests during this international seminar.
We are honored to present our research today on the development of health assistant and disease management application, also known as ICO.
My name is Aryan Alexander Rinaldi.
My name is Daniel Azra Nugraha.
And before we begin, unfortunately, our third team member, Christian Aurelius Helmi, is unable to participate with us here today due to unforeseen circumstances.
However, we would like to thank him for all his support and effort throughout this research process. Now we begin with the introduction. Okay. Whether for serious or minor illnesses, patient care is a complex challenge requiring careful communication between doctors and patient caregivers. Effective communication is crucial for optimal treatment and decision making, as poor coordination can increase the risk of misunderstandings that may negatively impact the patient health.
Now, one significant challenge we've found in patient care is medication management. Not all patients have the same time discipline, and doctors cannot personally monitor each patient at home. This, however, creates a need for innovative solutions that can help ensure proper medication management and treatment effectiveness.
Now we're diving deeper into the regular cases. For example, many patients with severe illnesses require medication 3 times a day at 8 hours interval. But oftentimes, some of the patient and caregiver misunderstood this requirement by taking the medicine in the morning, afternoon, and evening with an inconsistent time gaps. As a result, the effectiveness of the medical treatment is not as optimal as intended.
As for the methodology we've used in this research, it's divided into 3 parts. Firstly is the development of our prototype application. This prototype application was created with basic features for data collection through surveys.
The second part is data collection survey. The survey will target two key demographics, patients and medical professionals in Balikpapan City. Patient participants will be those requiring continuous medical therapy, while medical professionals will include doctors, nurses, community healthcare staff, psychiatrists, and many others.
Finally, we will evaluate the survey data we've collected throughout ICO's development. This evaluation measures the application's success in helping users follow medical treatments and therapies as prescribed by healthcare professionals, which we will then analyze that data in a qualitative manner.
Now we're moving on into the result analysis. First, we began a survey to understand the needs of this application or this project. Okay, the first part is medical condition and treatment. 80% of the respondents require ongoing medical therapy. 100% have previously forgotten medication or missed treatment, while 100% have forgotten medication dosage or instruction. The second part is current medication reminder methods. 60% already use some form of reminder, while 40% have no existing reminder system. And the third part is the proposed solution by the respondents. So this is, we asked the respondents what will they do to evaluate this problem. And the first is a need for dedicated reminder system. Second, using smartphone timers, but with limited specificity. And the third, creating medication-taking habits linked to daily activities. So this survey shows that the application like ICO is needed.
In terms of our development, this is our flowchart we've been using throughout ICO's application development. This flowchart describes how ICO works as an application and how we've designed it to help patients. Firstly, a person becomes ill. That's rather self-explanatory, but when someone becomes ill, they can register at the nearest healthcare provider and then consult with a medical professional to identify their illness and to be prescribed medical therapy. Now, this identification and prescribing will generate three things, which firstly is knowing what disease they are afflicted with. Secondly, the medication they need and how much of a dosage they actually need of said medication. Now, this disease, medication, and dosage is implemented into ICO from the healthcare professionals, as both the patients and the healthcare professionals are users in ICO. ICO serves as a reminder app and a tracking app for health management. Therefore, we need to track the disease, medication, and dosage to provide a clear schedule for our users. This all culminates in the ICO application, which will be the next slide.
Now the result and analysis. Okay, so both of the surveys and flowchart shows the primary goal of ICO is to minimize medical treatment errors and maximize therapy effectiveness through digital support and communication between patients and healthcare providers.
Provided are results and discussion. Firstly, the Assistant Informatika Kesehatan Online, or ICO, is designed to support community health management through three primary features. Firstly, we have our digital medication assistance. We provide medication dosage reminders, drug information, and precise usage instructions as detailed by each patient's healthcare professional. We do not have the jurisdiction to write our own dosage reminders, etc., but we work with healthcare professionals who are actually eligible to write those.
The second feature will be healthcare professional notes. This storing medical recommendation and treatment plans accessible to both patient and medical staff.
Finally, we have a therapy schedule reminder where we help patients adhere to treatment schedules as prescribed by medical professionals.
So here's the prototype of our application. This is for the user interview, and this is for the doctors. Okay.
We thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Aryan and Daniel. Next in our agenda is the question and answer session with the participant of the seminar. If there are any questions, suggestions, or opinions, please raise your hand.
Christian.
Arian.
Christian Aurelius.
Unfortunately, Christian cannot be here with us today due to unforeseen circumstances outside of our control.
Okay, thank you. Nice that you finally present this one. Anyway, I was surprised that this group of students has already proposed an application. Well, in terms of the research product, it is called research and R&D, yeah, research and development. So I think your models of research should be that, and it includes interviews to revise your product and to know the effectiveness only for the pilot. So you can propose for another revision to your product. You don't have to that far go beyond the impact or the attitudes of the society, because it's going to be another research for this. Yeah. So at the very beginning, you may take the R&D first and try to know what is R&D. Okay. So the step is a little bit different from qualitative and quantitative. It is different, but it's going to be a new knowledge for you next time if you want to revise this one, especially when you try to sell it, yeah, for public. Or take a look at the startup. You may consult it with the government. You may have funding or anything else. I think it's supposed to be continued. Yeah. My question is, how do you come with this idea of ICO? And what kind of supports you receive from schools or any other stakeholders? That's my question.
Thank you, Ms. Helfit, for your comments and for your question. To answer your question, we both have our separate reasons as to how we've come up with the ICO idea. Firstly, I'm going to start with mine. My reason why I agreed on developing ICO is because my grandmother was a doctor in the past, along with my grandfather being an apothecary. Now, back then in Bukit Tinggi, where I came from, both my grandmother and my grandfather worked together to provide accurate medication dosages and treatments for their patients. And from there, I was inspired to basically facilitate the same thing, but adapting to the current digital age so that, you know, it doesn't have to be permanently through offline, but it's a mix between the two, a synthesis, if you will. I'll send it over to Michael now.
Thank you so much, Ms. Healthy, for the question and the feedback. So for my reason alone, we first actually came up with a question. How can a two-disease person start with the same disease and start in the same date, but both ended up healed in a different time? So there's a difference, effectiveness between those two. And first we surveyed our colleagues who are doctors, and we asked him a question like, what's the variable that made some medical treatment is more effective than the others? And we were surprised that actually the answer is very simple. It's because some people doesn't take their medication more correctly or more important than others. So first we began the application with that statement, with a disciplined times of taking medical treatment. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Healthy? Excuse me?
Sorry. Okay, so I asked you the second question last time. So, what was the resource that you received, probably from school or from any other stakeholder to develop this ICO, these apps, this prototype?
Okay, so for the resources, the first is from our colleagues that are doctors. So he told us many information about how things are going in the medical providers, and I think that's the only resource.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck for the next development.
Thank you, Miss Healthy.
Now, I would like to invite the examiners from Russia to give a comment about the presentation from Mr. Aryan and Daniel.
Well, thank you very much for your great presentation. And I'm sure a lot of people would be grateful to you for having such an application. Do you think that it is user-friendly? Is everything thought out to make this application user-friendly for people of any age and with any kind of skill level?
Miss, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Well, if you don't hear me, you can read the question in the chat. I'm sorry.
Can MC read the question for us, because we can see from here?
Okay, so is your application user-friendly for people of all ages and skill level?
Okay, thank you so much for the question, Miss Katrina. So hopefully we design the application to be user-friendly, of course, because we're aiming the application itself to be used by all ages, from a very young person to a very old person. And most of the time, if the patient is already old, they have their own caregiver, right? And we hope that the caregiver themselves who can use the application well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next, I would invite the examiner from America to give a comment on the presentation.
Yep, hello. I'm Mr. Mission, okay, from Malaysia. I would like to ask a question, but before that, I would like to congratulate you for your effective presentation. So, as what I have been informed, your application is extremely useful for the elderly people, right? So, I believe not everyone could be aware of how to use this application. So if let's say you want to add a feature that is user-friendly, what feature would you add on in order to assist them and help them to use the system better? Thank you.
you so much for the question. So one of our main features that are very useful for every patient actually is the reminder system. So after we input all of the medical treatment that are needed for the patients, then every given time that are needed to take the medication, the application will remind us. So it will be user friendly. It will be a lot easier for people to track down what medical treatment they need to consume or do. Yeah. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Ms. Julie. I'll handle the answering. As for the progress we've completed so far on our prototypes developments, we've currently only reached the phase where we've reached the phase where we can collect survey data, but we still aren't fully ready to launch ICO as an application to the public. But we have gotten to the phase where we have developed the UI and UX so that it will be, how do I say this? It can be more usable for users of all ages. Currently, we're still in development. I'll let Daniel handle talking about the developments.
I think that's all. Thank you, Miss. Do you have any further question?
Not so much a question, just something for you to think about as you continue your development. Applications like this are going to be helpful for lots of people, but not all of them will have the resources to purchase it. So one of the things to think about is how to make it widely available. I don't expect that you have that answer, but just to keep that in mind as you are seeking a way to bring this forward.
All right. Thank you so much.
Recording in progress.
Students here, if you have any question, you may ask. Then we will read the question from the chat box. There are no more questions, suggestions, or opinions. I, as the moderator, would like to apologize for any shortcomings. Thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the question and the wonderful answers from Daniel Azra Nugraha and Aryan Alexander Rinaldi and the team.
We now turn our attention to the next amazing presenter, Kevin Emmanuel Bayangkara Sidabutar. We can give the floor to us.
Rock music is nothing more than satanic cyanide. Get it out of your house, throw it out, and burn it. It has no place in the house of the righteous.
A very good morning to everyone. It is my pleasure to extend my warmest greeting to all us present. It is my honor to welcome you all to the SMA National KPS International Seminar presentation. Let us express sincere praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, by whose grace we shall granted the health and opportunity to convene and partake in this event. On this occasion, I, Akila, shall serve as the moderator, accompanied by Valerie as the appointed note-taker, as we guide to the proceeding of this international seminar presentation delivered by Kevin Emmanuel B. Sidabutar.
But you'd gotten rid of us, didn't you? But you were wrong, old bean, because we're back.
Music is nothing more than satanic cyanide. Get it out of your house, throw it out, and burn it. It has no place in the house of the righteous.
But you'd gotten rid of us, didn't you? But you were wrong, old bean, because we're back with a vengeance.
It is in my head. rock music is nothing more than satanic cyanide. Get it out of your house.
Research which will be shortly delivered by Mr. Kevin. With that, I will now invite Mr. Kevin to take the floor.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? So I have one mission. If you all get sleepy, and then my mission's failed, my today's failed. So I hope this mission can help you not stay sleepy. So, yeah, let me introduce myself again. Here's my presentation. You probably know me as Kevin, but let me tell you about me. My name is Kevin Imanatay. I'm 19 years old and I'm in 12th grade in SMA National Campus. The achievement that I got this year, I've been accepted into Science Institute, College of Music. And then I got first, and then I opened for Dewas Banglas, first place in Band Festival, second place for the festival and first place for my punk rock band The Upwards. Also, a little bit promotion here. We have this Spotify. You can open after. It's called Blast. A little bit promotion here. And then, yeah, that's all about me. Next one. Now, music. My point to tell you guys is the influence of music on adolescents' emotional development. People might be asking, what's the meaning of music? And I want to ask you all, what's the meaning of music in your guys' point of view? Maybe expression? Maybe it's more like having fun, the feelings. For me, music is timeless. There's no right answers. That's the best thing of music. We can create our own imagination by not just going for one meaning, but any imagination of meanings. That's why I choose this topic. Going down. Right. Can you hear me? Right. So, for not experienced, music, like all of us, is a vehicle, right? In teenage years, we hit a lot of emotion. In teenage years, we can feel depression, anger. But by music, we use as a vehicle to search our identity. Not just hearing the things that we love, but identity is the most important thing in the future. So we use music as a vehicle. Now, we're going to be focused on 4 topics. Why does music affect a teenager's emotion? The impact of music on adolescents' mental health. Music as a means of self-expression for teenagers. And the role. We're going to focus on these categories. By the way, do you guys like the picture? I just made myself. Yeah, this is all the content that I like in my playlist. Now we're going to focus on the objective here. Left and right. Which one do I choose? I'm going to choose this one. So the objective here, to analyze the impact of music teenagers on emotion. And the second one, to explain the relationship between music and preference on mental health. Like I said, on the teenage years, we hear everything, all emotion, from anger, depression, and sadness. And I hope the benefit that we got from my presentation is to provide insight. Like, provide insight on the influence of music and emotional development by teenagers. I hope that works. And for the parents, help to understand how music can be used for support their children's emotional growth. Because when your kids hit teenagers, they're gonna experience a lot of things. Well, that's not me. Now, this is the fun part. First of all, I used to qualify certification methods. This is kind of a funny story. First up, I used observation. So first I used Google form and I sent it to all my friends, but sadly, no one's answer is empty. So I moved to another one. Why do I put this here? Because I want to tell my journey about this research. So I used a second method, consider an interview. So in these categories, I use category A and B. So in A, those are the kids that turn around 15 until 19. Those are the objectives about kids, about teenagers turning adults. And category B is like about around 10 to 14. That's the turning point of kids, teenagers. So I separate those categories and I go interview. First of all, you may be asking, Kevin, where's the interview? Where's the proof? Where's the thing? This is where you get funny. So first up, I'm using a camera, right? So we record it, and then after we record it, the answer is so simple and short. Like, how music affected you? Yeah. And done. I don't like that. So I decided, you know what? Let's make it like we talk like one of friends, right? Talking like old relatives. So I'm doing my interview by talking to friends. So also I'm looking for a kid for interview, like the kids always bring his guitar to cafe, to SMA 5. Why SMA 5 and SMA 1, high school 1 and high school 5? Because they always set up like this huge concert and invite all the artists there, and then I think, maybe I will be interviewing those. So yeah, that's why I choose. After the question that okay, what is not working? Thank you. By the way, that's just not by the way. Alright, the question that because the question that I asked is like, we talking like relative, like old friends, so I make it short. What's kind of the question that I always ask? Like, how music affected their emotional development and adolescence, how teenagers affected by music, what's the extent of music help that teenagers express, what do they express. So we talk. So the interview that we do is like talking to one of our friends. Which one? The result. This is my favorite. Don't mind me smoking. Don't mind me smoking. Don't mind me smoking. The result. So I combined all the results in my notebook that I brought. I left it at home, so yeah. So I take the most result, and the answer is old music. Wait, not yet. All right. Why old music? You might be asking. Is it because the woman? Is it because, oh yeah, who's answered that? Is it because the drugs? That's the right. Why? The first reason, lyrics. I said, in a few years, we hit a lot of emotion when he was teenagers. Raps, and we don't express feelings. So we use music again to express them. Like example. Who knows them? Who knows? Alright. This is great. You can see the writer, right with the song. It's called He writes the anger of one members when they you can see what's the one of the fastest world by the lyrics and see the anger. Or another example. You guys know this. Yeah. Really. This is so you can see the lyrics. Let me guys. Another is the storytelling. Not just all music, not just all kind of music, but all music, the storytelling is so in the feel. Have you ever heard old songs when you're like 5 years old and you hear like this is good, and then 20 years later you're like 19, and then you back to that song, and then the story is so true. You go back to that music. For example, it's not a bad, but a little bit of emotion. I saw. This song I wrote called Zach Ryan. This song is just the story about mother killed the rapist last daughter. So it's into guns. So you can see that I wrote singing on the movies because he knows I'm going to see right. You can see that the feeling that Sophia. You probably know this song. You can see the other right to express. 10 minutes left? Oh. Right. Now this is my favorite part. The recording. As you can see, this is been built since 1994. So this station is same as one express. This is 40. You can see the this. By the way, it's brown here. It's only half there. Only down. So what are they here? This is different now and then. Back then, if you look in this is called a tape recorder. So the tape recorder, what back then, so I bought it so expensive for the song. Back then, if you want to take that was expensive. So that's why every take. That's what I like music. That's what I love music. Because you can feel the connection of all music. This is the home right now. So in the home today, you don't have to start or you can go around and next thing, make it good. But you don't have that feelings. Everyone. The result that I can mind is about the result. Music is music helps shape my identity. Like I said, it's evil. It's social connection, community, and friends. Not just for your music, it's how you listen, how you find friends. It's people tasting music is considered whole lives. Also, we talk about something on the bottom. Hey, I like what Chinese person. Sorry, that's Now, the music is the best part for me. Because I'm not going to go back for the beginning. I just got a video about it. Enjoy. Wait. Wait. Done. What's the sound? We can see there's a lot of emotions we have here. Love, hate, anger, everything that is possible. So next my recommendation, and my recommendation, even if parents, don't let us be you. We are not you. All you can do is just support them. If I was an embarrassed, I cannot let my kid be me. That's not fair. before it's ready to use. Also, this is my slide. I don't say anything. Don't say anything to me, but thank you the music. Where's the music? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, for your insightful presentation. We shall now see the next part. The question and answer session with the online exam. Should you have any questions, write the indicated by raising your hand. Sorry, discuss any remarks.
Thank you, good answer, right. Okay. Beautiful name. All right. So, how do I get this method? Like I said, I'm doing interview by not doing interview. So what I mean is, when I do interview, first we use the camera. Yes, and then, Mr. Katar, can you hear me? Can you hear me? First off, let me tell you. So first off, we use the camera, and then the interviewer has answers so shortly, so I don't like it. So I decided, you know what, let's do some interview by talking like old friends. Like talk, like let's talk about your favorite song, like old friends, like relax, no pressure, just talking like normal people. And then I got answer one. So but he answered one of my questions like talk. I can see what's basically meant to him by talking normal instead of interviewing. So like that's how I know. He likes using such expression. The mental health like that through the lyrics and stories that helps into my day. So yeah, by talking to them normally, I can see what music to him express that. So, the one that I interviewed, thank you for the question. The one that I interviewed is a lot of them are in another school. One of my friends, high school 1, high school 5. And I also interviewed a couple of adults in my music community. How they work there, how they do things in their day. And yeah, I interviewed a couple of kids also talk in cafe and that. And a couple of adults would like to go to shows, support the community, and then that's what I'm doing for camping. Thank you.
Could you like a question in the chat box?
What's the kid's name? What's your name? If I may ask. I tried to make it sense. What's your name, if I may ask? Yes, that name. So how can school connect students to music? I think the teachers can like talk to them about, hey, what kind of challenge is this? What do you want to recommend? And what this means. Talk to them about music. I think it can make you reconnect with the students to music. Also, if the teachers can play music, why not we jam? Play together. So for me, it's like talking to them about music. That's the way to connect with that. Is that cool? Sorry if I cannot answer you. Next question.
For the offline examiner, Mr. Lee, any remarks?
Thank you much. Mr. Moderator. Well, how are you doing, buddy? Alright, how's you feeling after you said the word? How is you feeling in general? How does this affect you today?
Then we get this opportunity to talk
accomplish great things about your things in life. Music. I love music. I do love it. Anyway, I was intrigued by theme that music can actually affect mental health. Right. I just wanted to hear what is actually the reason why you take a correlation with music and mental health. Do you have specific reasons yourself?
Yes. So there is this was one question. I discussed also in my younger days. I always felt like I don't belong anywhere. To be honest. And then when I was a teenager, a lot of emotion hit me right away, like anger. I never felt this before. And then I decided when I do this kind of thing, you know what? Let me treasure that into my presentation. I think people can connect with that because like I said, when you have teenagers, a lot of things will come out so let me treasure that into my presentation without stop so like that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm surprised you finally relate your own mental health with your work. That's good. It's supposed to be very useful for other people too. However, my question is, in order to come to your result of research, you choose research method using purposive sampling. Why do you choose purposive sampling? And does it satisfy your research objective?
Research sampling. Which part which part are you talking about? Is it for your paper or
your paper?
On my paper?
Yes, research method. On if I'm not mistaken, chapter 3. Yeah. Okay, you can take a look at it for a while. Research method is purposive sampling. Why do you think this is suitable for your research and answering your research object? Why?
Why do I use this? I think because not to be funny or something. I will understand that. Is this bad? Okay. So not to be funny or something. This is my first time writing. Actually, my second time. So that's why I use that first one too because that's most uncomfortable.
Right. Thank you very much. And my recommendation is that you can be more specific and be your unique towards a certain group of people, like maybe your community, music unit. So it's possible sampling and it's supposed to be is supposed to be the case like it's better. So you just being fast and limited to group of people, which is just friend group. And then you might see something unique, yeah, as the result of your questions, yeah. Rather than try to grasp all the people around you different kind of classes. Maybe you do little modify the case study when you have limited number or participants.
a vinyl. Yeah. So that's that. Because back people back then, why vinyl is so cool? Because when you see it, it's just cool. See? Is it cool? Yeah, it's cool. How about it? Yeah, so that's like it. Thank you.
Thank you for presenting. Any questions from the all participants?
Passion is very obvious, but also just like other than think about maybe further ways you could find evidence of your theory and strengthening.
My name is Salsa. Hello, Salsa. What instrument you play for express your emotion? Thank you.
You mean the instrument that I play?
Yes.
I like this. The instrument that I play, I play a lot of instruments, but I play bass, the guitar, piano, flute, recorder, it's the same thing. Bass, again, but the one instrument that I fell with still today is the drums.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Salsa. For music, thank you for the recommendations. I will write on my hands. But thank you. I will take that advice for college. Thank you. I will take that advice. Lovely, Jude.
Due to the limited time, I apologize for any shortcomings may have very or satisfaction. At this point, I shall return proceedings of our master today. Thank you all for your kind attention and participation. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We say thank you to the insightful presentation by Captain and for the question and concerns.
Now, following these informative presentations, we recognize the importance of providing an opportunity for rest. We will now observe a brief recess. We invite you to help yourselves with the punk provided in the building. We shall repeat precise at the Eka building at 10:40. Let me review myself. We shall repeat precise at the Eka building at 10:40 for the continuation of our seminar. And during this break, the participants in this Eka building will not be using their phones. We thank you for your attention and look forward to welcome you back promptly. For all of the offline participants in this GKM building, you may be seated.
For all offline participants, please sit down. Thank you.
Moving on to our next agenda, we now turn our attention to the next amazing presenter by Iren Olivia Irawan. To Iren, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and warm greetings to all of us. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone to SMA Nasional KPS International Seminar presentation by Miss Irene Olivia Irawan. First and foremost, we would like to express our deepest appreciation to all seminar participants for being here today. Let us offer our praise and gratitude to God Almighty, for it is by His grace that we are able to gather here in good health and spirits. On this occasion, I, Charlotte Emma Jornet, will serve as the moderator, accompanied by Muhammad Al-Halil Ibrahim as the note-taker. Together, we will guide you through the course of today's international seminar presentation. Now, moving on to the main agenda, we invite Miss Irene Olivia Irawan to deliver her research presentation. To Miss Irene, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear examiner, teachers, and everyone that attend today's event. I'm Iren Olivia Irawan, will be presenting my research about analysis of visual communication design in the digital era, roles, challenges, and current developments. Now, if we want to talk about visual communication design, first we need to know about it. Visual communication design is a discipline that focuses on studying communicative concepts and creative expression through various media to convey message and ideas visually. In this digital era, life has become increasingly digitized due to the presence of advanced technologies that assist humans in their daily activities, raising the questions of whether their fields such as visual communication design is still relevant and applicable in this digital era. So from there, we had problem formulation, which is what are the trends in visual communication design for the next 5 years? And what are the roles and challenges that will be faced when taking visual communication design? Therefore, the purpose of this research is to explore the role and trend of visual communication design in the digital era, as well as to identify the challenge and issues faced by individuals who choose this major. In this research, I'm going to use a qualitative method, and the data collection technique is literature review. This article also contains interviews conducted with 2 individuals to support the data that I obtained from the literature review technique. So to summarize all of this, the first step is collecting and analyzing data from multiple sources, carrying out interviews and synthesizing conclusions based on the findings, and then summarizing all findings and integrating the data into a comprehensive article. There are 3 main ideas of research results, which is the important role of visual communication design, the challenge faced in visual communication design, and visual communication design trends for the next 5 years. Now we're moving on to the first of the research results, which is the important role of visual communication design. First, there is for presentation and promotion, because visual communication design can be used to create visuals, helping to attract more people through appealing and well-suited design by using various applications and using social media as a platform to promote products or services. With that, designers now have greater freedom and easier access to a wide range of tools and features, providing users with digital tools that enable the production of visuals. Second is for information and instruction, because this visual can take many forms, such as comics, posters, infographics, and many more. In today's digital era, with the availability of advanced technology and social media as a platform, modern design software and social media platforms offer features that facilitate the production and distribution of informational and instructional materials. And third is for identification, because visual communication design provides distinguishing features that differentiate one product from another, whether through color, shape, typography, and other elements. This is especially relevant in the digital era, where many people conduct business online and therefore require strong, unique product identities achieved through attractive visuals to capture public attention. Now we're moving on to the second of the research results, which is the challenge faced in visual communication design. First is plagiarism. It's an act of taking someone else's work and claiming it as one's own. This issue also significantly impacts visual communication design, which making it easy for someone else to steal a design if it is not properly marked. However, there are still penalties for plagiarism. For example, in Indonesia, individuals found guilty may face legal consequence or fines under law. Second is competing with AI or artificial intelligence. In the rapidly evolving digital era, technologies such as artificial intelligence or AI can generate design in such a short amount of time with results, making more people into AI-generated artworks than human-made designs. Now, designers are now required not only to possess technical skills, but also to think strategically, critically, and adaptively in response to technological developments. And third is experiencing a creative block, which is a condition when a designer struggles to generate new ideas or lose motivation during the creative process. It can impact the quality of the work and a designer's confidence. While creative blocks are common phenomena, therefore there are still solutions to overcoming such obstacles, including strategic work, intervals, diversifying reference materials, and many else. And lastly, visual communication design trends for the next 5 years. First, there is design supported by artificial intelligence, or AI. AI-generated artwork and visuals can be used as tools to assist in creating complex visual elements and can serve as inspiration in the creation of visual communication design projects. Therefore, human input and creative touch remain crucial to ensure that the result is still meaningful. Second is design with augmented reality, AR, and virtual reality, VR technologies that brings immersive and interactive visual experience. One example of this technology in action is the AR and deck Balik application, which allows users to explore traditional Endek Bali fabric pattern in an interactive digital format. By using augmented reality, users can view and try on various fabric in 3D, providing a deeper experience in understanding the culture and aesthetics of traditional Balinese textiles. So in conclusion, visual communication design remains a vital and impactful field in the digital era, essential for capturing and maintaining audience attention. Despite existing challenge, effective solutions and preventive strategies are available. This study highlights that ethical and responsible design not only enhance audience engagement and well-being, but also contributes to more positive outcomes for designers and viewers alike, while unethical practice tend to result in adverse effects for all stakeholders. And here are the sources for this research. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Irene, for your insightful presentation. We will now open our Q&A session for the online examiners first. We now offer the opportunity to one of our examiners from Russia, Ms. Katrina, to comment, give suggestions about the research that Ms. Irene made. Moving on, we will now offer the opportunity to one of our examiners from America, Ms. Julie. To Ms. Julie.
Thank you for your presentation. It's very interesting, especially about AI that you were examining from a variety of perspectives. And I wondered what made you interested in this topic in the first place?
Thank you for the question. That makes me interesting is because after this, I'm going to choose visual communication design as the major of my college. And I'm also interested what I will do when I'm taking this visual communication design. That is why I search the roles, the challenges that I may face, and also the trends or what will happen in visual communication design for the next years. And I also want to share it with everyone that also may be thinking about taking visual communication design when they want to go to college. That's all from me.
We will now offer the opportunity to our offline examiner, Ms. Susan, to express any inquiries or suggestions to our presenter.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. All right. So, how's your feeling, Irene?
I had a mixed emotions between sad, happy, and angry at the same time.
Oh wow. Okay. How do you so? How do you say so?
Excuse me?
How do you say so? Why is it feeling of anger and happy all mixed together?
First, I'm happy because I'm able to make my confidence to present in front of many other people, and but I'm also sad and angry because that everyone really did a great job at their presentation, and I'm still like haven't do my best at presenting, still like reading, even though I can still do more better next time.
Amazing. You have already did a good job. Okay. Thank you very much for your great achievement for today. Anyway, well, I'm interested personally about the use of AI, and you've been like put that topic into the challenge, and I've been also reading your work, and it's about the use or the role of the what is it? Communication design, right? Okay, and also it is also one of the topic in English department that you will later learn about semiotics and also visual grammar if you are interested in linguistics. Anyway, you can pull through the design though, more concentration to it, but it's just additional information for you to choose a major later on in your bachelor degree. Yeah? Well, what I'm asking to you is about your design, your research design. Okay, so why do you think the qualitative design is suitable for answering your research questions? Why qualitative?
Why qualitative method? It's because from qualitative method, which is a descriptive by using interviews, observations, and the data collection is the literature review by examining and collecting data from various references such as articles or books that contain the topic that I'm researching. With that information, I can gather and then analyze it and make a conclusion based to it. And to support the data, I also do interviews with individuals who also in visual communication design, so that the data from the interviews can support the data that I obtain. And the qualitative method is the best way to use it because it analyzing from many articles, many reference, and then gather it into this article.
Okay, great, amazing answers. And what is the insight or takeaway from your result of research, from interviews and from your literature review? Which one is similar, agreeing to each other, or which one is contradictory to each other? Do you find any?
To answer that, the interviews that I gather and the data from various reference is actually almost has the same thing. That when, like, for example, the challenge which is plagiarism, AI, and many other, when I asking the interviews to the other individuals, they also almost say That's why the data from the interviews is supporting the data that I obtained because they say the same thing.
Alright, good job. That's it all. Thank you very much.
Now, to our online participants, if you have any questions, please raise your hand.
How can we use AI to fix this? How design in online lesson or digital textbook make it harder for students to understand the material? How can we use AI to fix this?
Thank you for the question first. And to answer that, as I explained in the presentation, that AI can be as inspiration for those who had a creative block, for example, or inspiration to the creativity they need to use. And also can be a supporting tools to make the design that they need. And from about the textbook, for me, AI it can be only as it's like inspiration or just supporting tools. And about the textbook, I'm sorry, but I cannot further explain about it because I also still don't know about it. So sorry if it's not answered the questions.
The Q&A session will now come to a close. I, as the moderator, would like to sincerely apologize for any shortcomings during this session. Now, I will return control back to our Master of Ceremonies. Thank you all for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Irene and team, for the wonderful presentation.
Distinguished guests, may I have your attention once more? We would like to encourage active engagement during the next presentation. To encourage active engagement, any offline attendees who have the courage to ask a question will be given a prize. I repeat, any offline attendees who have the courage to ask questions will receive a prize. We now move to the next significant part of our seminar, the presentation from one of our esteemed examiners. It is with great pleasure that I introduce our presenter from the examiner team, Ms. Helty Susanti Yungja, SPD, Master of Applied Linguistics. Ms. Susan brings a wealth of experience and expertise to the table, and we eagerly anticipate her presentation. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Ms. Healthy Susanti Ningya.
afternoon, everyone. How are you today? How do you feel? Sleepy? Okay, anyone? I just wanted you to raise your hand and show me your answer. Anybody here who likes fiction? Raise your hand. Fiction. Alright. Non-fiction. Okay, just only one or two. Alright. Maybe one of them who said non-fiction. Irene. Can I bother you for a while, Irene? What is your favorite non-fiction book that you like to read?
Recording in progress.
In non-fiction, my favorite is, I already almost forgot the name of the book that has like many facts about many other things. Maybe for example, I don't know if Bobo is termasuk one of it or not, but I like because there's many facts that I know, and it's about random things too, like that.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I want to ask one person who likes fiction. I believe that the last person also raised his hand is Kevin, if I'm not mistaken. Kevin, is it you? Yes, Kevin. Do you like fiction? What is your favorite fiction?
My favorite fiction is Harry Potter.
Harry Potter, yay, the same. Hail Harry Potter, that's right. Okay, so as a junior lecturer, when I was in probably 2020, yeah, yes, exactly, 2020. I don't know whether you are interested in pursuing as a lecturer, but one of the requirements as a lecturer at the first at her first few years producing a work or study or research, yeah, and I'm interested in students' comprehension, students' reading comprehension skill, the roles of text readability and question difficulty. Yeah, because I myself like reading. I like reading non-fiction, yeah, motivation books or any recipes, any health community services and things like that, education. I believe that you can share your insight of reading passion with your students, and I would like to try it on my students in a first year university. Okay, operator, would you mind to scroll down? Thank you. Keep scrolling down. Alright, so this research is done by two people, me as the second author and Bu Alfi Suci Dirgantari as the first author. Would you mind scrolling? Yes, thank you very much. Stop. So, I would like to read it aloud and together with you so that it's clear. This research is trying to investigate whether students' difficulties in comprehending high-order questions are related to the readability of the reading text and difficulty of the questions. So basically, it tries to find first the text, whether this is difficult or not. Okay, we have a measure, we have a scale, and then we also try to find out whether the students can achieve good score throughout the text or not. And the third is the recommendation for the teachers how to actually teach reading so that the student can improve their reading comprehension until to have a good score, especially for difficult items like evaluative questions. Okay, I think that is all. It is internationally published, and I was so happy that finally I passed my assistant position. Yeah. All right, thank you, administrator. You can change it to PowerPoint presentation. Okay, so the title is Students' Reading Comprehension Skill. For those who like reading, probably it's good for you to review about probably your reading experiences. For teachers, probably this could be a recommendation for all of us how to actually evaluate our students. Oops. Okay. So, actually, it is focuses on the freshmen, the first year students of Institut Teknologi Kalimantan. They have probably around beginner level when they got into ITK. So, a very limited number of students who got intermediate level. And this research is particularly in answering higher order inferential and evaluative questions, focusing on those questions, how much they can do about it. And to this context of research, English is a compulsory subject. It's 2 credits in the first and the second semester for all faculty students, for non-English department students. Okay. And the importance of reading skill, yes. Reading is one of the key elements to us for learning. Okay, the more you fluent in reading, the more insights or knowledge or practical skills that you can get from autonomous learning or from formal learning. Okay, in ITK, English is supposed to be something important because it helps the students to develop academic culture, especially research. So in order to do research in their studying from 6, 7, 8 semesters, they have to build good reading comprehension and then academic writing in the following year. So in this presentation, I will cover the following part. The first, introduction, the second, research questions, the third, methodology, just a little bit about it. If you are interested to read the sample of what I've made with my partner, you can contact the administrator about the sample of the methodology I use for this research. And then I specifically talk about text readability a little while, and then question types and comprehension difficulty issues, and then come to my analysis and conclusion and references. Okay, so the main questions for my research is the study aims to answer 2 questions only. 2 questions only, okay? So if you are trying to make another research in human science or in education or any other fields, I think the smaller number of questions, the better, yeah? For the maximum time of learning. All right, so First, what roles do the text readability and question difficulty play in students' reading comprehension? So it's just the role, yeah. And then, which level of text readability and question types cause the most difficulty for the students? Okay. All right. The participants is a freshman, age 17 to 19, from various major non-English department, mostly from engineering students, engineering programs, from random sampling. So in freshman, there are about 1,400 students, 1,400 students per batch. So I believe that random sampling is better to actually demonstrate the trend. Participants took a computer-based reading comprehension. So we have already designed our English test in an app, web-based app, so that they can use that, yeah, for internal only. And the test is designed to mimic standardized tests like TOEFL, because TOEFL is generally accepted for graduate programs in Indonesia and some other Southeast Asian countries. I believe that it helps the students to understand what is actually going on around the world if they wanted to do some exchange program or scholarship program. And then the test design. The reading test contains 5 texts, varying difficulty level, each followed by multiple choice questions, literal, inferential, evaluate type. The text readability was measured with established formula, and the entire test consisted of 50 questions answered in 60 minutes. So I use a mixed method for this. First is qualitative, to know the student's perspective about it, whether this is difficult, whether this is not difficult, whether it's moderate, and so on. And we also use the quantitative method to analyze the data, because we need to measure level of difficulty of each item. Yeah, that's the design, mixed method. If you're interested to do that, you can look at the method in my paper, or just refer to it for a while. And then this is the result. Text readability and reading performance. Impact of text difficulty. So actually, the more difficult the text, the lower the score will be. Yeah, that's the same. That applies for almost of us, but this is more specific, and it's been like a research result. Yeah. So here, results show a clear link between text readability and students' comprehension success. 50.6% answered correctly, so only 50%. From the whole 100%, 50 number of questions, only 51.6% answered correctly. But this declined as the text became more complex. Okay, so this is a reflection for you who are about to enter into the university. You need to improve your reading, yeah, because it's more complicated getting into the higher education. All right. If university students found the text suitable for lower grade levels, challenging. Let's see. Because we don't have any English requirement for entering university level, so they came from different backgrounds of proficiency. But I hope that this school will prepare you to have better proficiency when you graduate, yeah? And then the second, instructional implication. Instructors should not always use easy text. Yeah. This is the takeaway for all of us as an English teacher, that we need to
vary our text type, genres, and level of difficulties so that they try to, filling the gap. The students will fill the gap. Which one I can do, which one I cannot do. So the filling gap during reading practice is very prominent. To first, improve their vocabulary, and the second, even though you know the vocab, even though you understand the grammar, but you need to keep improving on your reading fluency. Okay. Question types and comprehension difficulty. So we come to this topic. The second questions in my research. Literal questions. Literal means that detailed questions like what is your name, what is the place name, what is the day, and so forth and so on. That's literal questions have the highest correct response. Yeah, because it's easy. About 53.5%, and inferential, requiring reading comprehension between the line, especially the evaluative ones. It is about 42% and 48.5% correct respectively, so it's lower. Surprisingly, evaluative questions were answered more accurately than inferential. So our students in university at that time, in 2020, they can evaluate, but making inference is still difficult. So this is reflection for for me myself as a teacher. And then come to the recommendation about curriculum issues. A major reason for students struggling with higher order questions is that their reading education is dominated by literal, lower order questions. Despite curricular emphasis on higher order thinkings, actual classroom material is heavily focused on literal comprehension, limiting student skills in answering complex questions. So, as a reflection, I need to make my students more creative, vary their reading materials, and for me, myself, I would like to ask them more difficult questions every time. Okay. Alright, so this is the finding also. The 5 hardest questions span all text difficulty and included both high and lower types. Okay. Reason for incorrect answer is a detailed analysis revealed difficulties were often due to misunderstanding of syntax and discourse. Syntax means the grammar. You probably had a confusion interpreting the relevance of simple present and present perfect. Probably, or maybe past tense versus simple past versus present perfect. And also a vocabulary problem. And the main conclusion is, finally, freshmen in ITK, specifically that time during 2020, generally have below average reading comprehension skills, especially with complex text and higher order questions. Reading difficulties stem from both text complexity and prevalence literal question in prior education. So I haven't presented the way we actually measure the text difficulty. We use an apps, but you can read the apps and references all in my research paper. And finally, my recommendation: to improve comprehension, teachers should gradually increase the text complexity, integrate more higher order questions, and foster both reading fluency and deeper text analysis skills. This is a homework for every one of us, I believe, and more research needs to be supported to explore additional factors affecting reading performance and develop targeted intervention. Okay, everyone,
our reading comprehension skills among worlds is still below the average, yeah, compared to our neighbor countries, Singapore and Malaysia. So let's be motivated to keep reading, okay? That is all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Susan. Before you go back to your seat, actually, we would like to open a Q&A session. So for the participants in this building who are willing to ask, they will be given a prize.
Is there anyone who wants to ask about what Ms. Susan presented? There's one student who wants to ask something about Mrs. Susan presentation.
Okay, you may have your question.
So I'd like to ask, us as students, I remember there was a part in your presentation where you've talked about difficulty in question. I'll restart. So there was a moment in your presentation where you've talked about the difficulty in question, which requires a higher creativity, I believe. So what I was asking is, us as students, how can we increase our creativity and critical thinking skills to be able to answer questions such as those? For example, like if we were to read, what can we do while reading to help increase our skills?
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let me answer first how to increase your creativity. Sorry? Creativity.
Yes, for example, to answer those harder difficulty questions.
Oh, okay. Nice. Thank you very much. First of all, in order to be fluent reader, like any students from foreign language learners, I believe we need to improve first vocabulary, right? So vocabulary need to be improved, and how you improve your vocabulary, you have to read lots of materials that you like. Yeah, first starting from what you like, and the second, start with something that you don't really like. Okay. So like newspapers or fiction, newspapers and probably like non-fiction books will give you variation in vocabulary, which is more academic, and also registers from different background knowledge. Ya, jadi I believe fiction-nya ditinggalkan dulu, beralih ke non-fiction to improve your vocabulary. In academics itu akan membantu kamu untuk menjawab soal-soal yang lebih sulit gitu dengan level inferensial sama evaluatif. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlotte, for the wonderful question. So we actually have 4 more prizes. So is there anyone else who would like to ask? Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Susan, for the very interesting presentation. If I may, I have 2 questions I'd like to ask. Firstly, why do you think undergraduates in ITECA in 2020 actually have low standard reading comprehension? Are there external factors that may impact their reading comprehension outside of school, or is it more of a social thing? The second question I have is that due to recent developments in the past 5 years, like the pandemic, the development of social media, and the usage of AI language models being used by students to answer questions like you've described in your tests, have those developments impacted the reading comprehension of newer undergraduates at ITECA and currently would be older students in ITECA? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, that's a very interesting question. You should go and teach in ITECA one day, yeah? Okay, so this is very interesting. Why I test students on to 2020? Well, because the first is the policy. I had to cooperate with my supervisor or director to make certain policy about graduate requirement. Nah, jadi untuk membuat kebijakan lulusan S1. So, for example, if I have to make policy, I have to base my decision based on the research, not with my feeling, right? So that's the first answer. So we finally decide the requirement for a graduate that time being was about 60% in English form. Yeah, not more than that, because we know the gap is too high. Okay, and then is that answering your question? Okay, and then the second is about the development of the technology right now. Does it affect the reading comprehension? Okay, I believe so. I believe so, because nowadays the text becomes multimodal. I believe that it will improve students' reading comprehension, but I also believe that there is a backlash of the multimodal text to make them less reading the actual text without no pictures. They are not gonna interested in. So there might be 2 possibilities. Okay, whether they can be more motivated, otherwise they can decrease their motivation in reading and their fluency in text. I don't know. And unfortunately, I haven't made any research yet about it. I should do. Thank you so much for your suggestion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Susan, for the very insightful answers to my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Guardian, for that amazing question.
Is there any more, or the time is up for me? Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Susan. We have finally come to the end of this enlightening and informative seminar. We hope everyone has benefited from the presentations and discussions of our wonderful speakers and guests. We would like to thank them once again for their valuable contributions and for making this seminar a success. We will now move on for the photo session, so we would like to call all presenters to come forward.
I repeat, for all presenters front of the stage so we can have a photo session. Yeah,
Bu, kamera siapa, Bu? Iya, boleh. Bu, kamera siapa? Enggak, Ibu pakai kamera apanya? Hati-hati, Bu. Satu, dua, tiga. Satu, dua, tiga.
Now, we welcome everyone to stand up for the last photo session with us together. Please stand up. We go to the
Gini. Masih ada sinarnya, Pak. Oh.